right, everybody, let's give it, can you hear me?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, so just 1 minute and then I'll call the meeting to order.
You guys don't want to be on?
Yeah, we do. I think we're ready.
Is Dan on already?
Mhm.
Okay.
All right, I'd like to call to order this meeting of the Hartford Selectboard on Thursday, December 15th, 2022 at 6 p.m. Our first item tonight is the Pledge of Allegiance. Would anyone like to lead us?
Sure.
Okay,
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
thank you very much. Our next item is an executive session. I will entertain a motion.
I move that in accordance with Vermont's open meeting law, 1 VSA 313A3, I move that the select board enter into executive session for the appointment or employment or evaluation of a public officer or employee.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, then we will go into executive session. Okay, I'll take a motion to come out of executive session.
Chairman, make a motion that we. Go ahead.
Here we go.
Let's make feedback again. Hold up. How'd you guys solve this last night? Not last night, Tuesday. It's gonna be wet and heavy. It's the worst part.
No, so I'm not sure whether. Weather predictions are all over the place. When I came here, I said 3 to 6, and then Kim just told me now it's 10 to 16.
Yeah.
And then they'll go back down to 4 to 8, and then back up.
I couldn't find the shoes for my plow, my tractor plow, so I'm kind of, I gotta find the shoes.
All right, it sounds,
Used that one before, haven't you?
so are we good on the audio? Sounds like it.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, I'll take a motion
Mr.
again.
Chairman, Mr. Chairman, I make a motion, we come out of an executive session.
Do I have we have a second? All right, all those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Okay, so we are out of executive session. We didn't take any action in executive session. I will now actually close this portion of the Hartford Select Board, and we will reopen as the local liquor control board, and we are considering the approval of a tobacco license for the tea house at 50 Woodstock Road. So if the applicant for the license is there, they can come up to the lectern. Or if not.
Hi, this is Miriam Wood.
Oh,
I'm here.
hi, Miriam.
Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you while you're talking.
Oh, yeah, no worries.
Okay. Do you just want me to start or?
Yeah, if you just want to tell us why you're applying for the tobacco license, that would be great.
Sure. So the tea house is a cannabis business. However, the state of Vermont does state that vaping devices, vaporizers, vape liquids, and oils, even if they don't contain tobacco, are considered tobacco products and are taxed under the tobacco tax. So even though they will have cannabis, we do need a tobacco license to sell them.
Okay. Any questions from the board?
I guess the biggest thing is what is really within our control. That's because that's the problem, I guess, is the state's taken so much, I think, for control out of the local communities. Do you know, Gail, what is within our purview?
I'm not sure what your specific question
What-
is, Lanny.
What is it that we're allowed to actually, I guess, control about this whole thing? Because the
Well,
state.
this is a tobacco license, not a cannabis license. So I think we would look at this the same way we
Oh,
look at most tobacco
this-
licenses.
But this is under,
This is a normal tobacco license as if I
So-
were selling cigarettes. We're just not selling tobacco.
okay,
It goes through the Department
Huh.
of Liquor and Lottery the exact same way.
okay, you're just selling, there's no on-site consumption.
No,
Okay.
no.
My understanding is it's the same type of license. She was a gas station and she would be selling, her business would be
It's
selling
just all so
cigarettes.
confusing. Yeah.
And very similar to if you're selling alcohol, this type of permit or application is the same process as.
But allows her to sell cannabis products,
We're not
Not
talking
so-
about cannabis,
cannabis.
we're talking about tobacco.
strictly
is what-
tobacco.
Yes.
That is what we're talking about. And based on the definition per the state of Vermont, even though she's actually not selling tobacco products, correct, Miriam?
Correct, nothing has tobacco.
The items that she listed, even though they're not specific tobacco products, based on the state of Vermont's definition, they fall under the tobacco application. So it would be no different if she, was selling alcohol and if she sold it in a can or sold it in a bottle. It's per their definition, would be considered to be alcohol.
And further, I would state, even assuming that I get approved for this today, I still really can't use it because I haven't been approved yet for my cannabis license, which is next week. So it's a sheet of paper that doesn't really do me good at this point.
This is also new to the town. It's just.
It's new to everybody. I think honestly, it's obviously a tax incentive for the state to have these. The tobacco tax rate is 92%. So when you add in cannabis vapes, it does add up to probably a significant amount of money for the state.
Mr. Chair, this is Rocket.
Yes.
Lanny, just to clarify, this is just literally a tobacco
Right,
license.
I realize
So
that.
nothing is new to us in the process. This is all normal procedure. The cannabis will be presumably another presentation.
We've never, since I've been on the board, we never had a tobacco license application.
So I did have a discussion at the town clerk's office regarding this because we wanted to make sure that it was handled correctly because it is a different type of application versus the Cannabis Act application. And I was told that it has been a few years since the town has, the select board had a
I've never seen that happen.
separated one for a tobacco.
Yeah.
So normally when we have vendors that come to us, they are usually coming with tobacco and liquor.
I have a pretty good history of watching 6 years or participating in 6 years worth of select board meetings, and I've never seen the tobacco
Okay.
license.
I would imagine, and maybe Dan knows how it works, but I would imagine that once you're approved for a tobacco license, the renewals, if there are any, don't require board approval. Maybe that's why we haven't seen them. Dan, if you have any insight.
I think it's just because it's been separated out. And I think usually most people, when they apply for alcohol and tobacco, and it's traditionally, stereotypically sort of a gas station type convenience store that does that. So the state, what they're trying to do here is they're not only trying to regulate tobacco, but they're trying to regulate the products that people could potentially purchase to buy tobacco products somewhere else and use on their own. So they're taxing those as accessories, if you will, to tobacco, which is why, even though she's not selling any tobacco, those pieces of material and those devices need to be certified so that the state can tax them at the rate and make sure that they are regulating how they're being used and who's buying them. Hope that helps.
Mike, can I ask a quick question?
Yeah.
Thanks for that, Dan. Just because from the packet, it looks like the application. I'm just curious, Miriam, does with the cannabis license, it goes to the state first and then the town. With the liquor license, it goes to the town first, then the state. Is this tobacco one coming to the town first and then the state?
The tobacco application I filled out on the liquor and lottery website. And then I needed to do, a class,
Yeah.
selling safe. And then it was forwarded to the town.
Okay, but you haven't gotten official state approval on the tobacco yet.
You are the approval, is my understanding.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion for the approval of a tobacco license for the Tea House, 50 Woodstock Road, Hartford, Vermont, 05001.
I second the motion.
Okay, any discussion? Okay, well, all those in favor.
Good
say
luck, Miriam.
aye.
Hi.
Let's take the vote, people. Sorry,
First discussion.
okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
I'm abstaining just because it falls under the Department of Alcohol, and I just don't want anyone to think that I'm, doing anything there. So I will abstain from this vote.
That's a first for me, so.
Thank you. Have a good night, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, Marion. Okay.
Let us know.
Now we will reopen as the Hartford Select Board. We don't have any items this week as the local cannabis control board. But if you look at the agenda that's gone out for next week, we will have an item there. Order of agenda, I don't see any changes. So now we will get to public comment. Public comment, we'll start with people in the room. If you'd like to speak, please come up to the microphone, identify yourself and your town or village of residence. You'll have 5 minutes to make comments. Please address the select board as a whole, and no personal attacks are permitted. After we hear from people in the room, we will go to those on Zoom if there's anyone joining us. So if there's anyone in the room who would like to come up and comment, please do so.
No one in the room, Mike.
No one in the room. So
No one other than staff.
okay, so no public comment from the room. So we will go to Zoom and see if there's anyone there who would like to comment.
No hands up at the moment.
No hands up. All right. Well, then we will conclude public comment and get to the main item of the evening, which is we're doing a budget review, the Department of Public Works proposed budget. And I will turn it over to Gail to begin that.
I'm gonna need to share my screen. Okay, perfect. So good evening, everybody. We have Jeremy Delisle, acting interim Department of Public Works Director. We have Chris Halsworth, who's our project manager. Kim Nardine Brown, she's our administrative assistant, and we have Evan Ecker, who is our chief water operator. Chief, he's the big chief. So I will share my screen, bring up the presentation. Each of you have had time to look at it. I do need to take full ownership. Kim had sent me some questions. They were after the deadline. However, I did get the answers for them, but I didn't have time to type them up as we went along. And so I did let Kim know that. And as we're going through the presentations, if there are specific questions that she still has that she would like answered this evening, we have the answers. Otherwise, we can provide them after this meeting. I think the last thing before I turn it over to Jeremy and his crew is that we're very hopeful that we can be very efficient going through this presentation. They all are going to have a very long or short night with the storm coming. So with that being said, I will turn it over to you, Jeremy.
You don't let Chris behind a plow, do you?
Good evening, everybody. And as Gail said, I'm Jeremy Delisle and I have Chris Halsworth with me to help present our presentation. We're doing our fiscal year 2024, and this is the Department of Public Works, and we strive to maintain and protect Hartford's infrastructure and environment by delivering an efficient, effective, and equitable public service in an economical manner. And here's our organizational chart. Currently, I'm your interim public works director, and below me is Chris Halsworth and Kim Nardine Brown. And we have a vacant assistant director position. As you can see on the solid waste side of things, we have a lot of unfilled positions over there, unfunded, unfilled, and you can see the breakdown from our chief wastewater operator and his crew to chief water operator and our highway foreman. And these are some of the vacant positions that we have. The account specialist, the assistant director, one wastewater operator in Quechee, one water operator in water. And then we have 3 vacant positions in highway, and as indicated, vacant and unfilled positions in solid waste. And this is our highway budget.
So it covers departments 311 to 325 if you have your budget books in front of you. And I know that Kim provided everybody with a great sheet.
So this is just a quick little staffing of your highway division. You have your highway foreman, you have your maintenance specialist who works on all our highway, water, wastewater equipment, and Parks and Rec as well. And then we have our 1 equipment operator 2. We have 8 equipment operator 1s with 3 current vacancies and 2 seasonal summer maintenance. And you guys can see the supporting staff. We have about 132 miles of class 1, 2, and 3 roads. Approximately 35.5 miles are gravel that we grade with 1 2014 grader. We also maintain approximately 12.5 miles of sidewalk. And our equipment is as follows. We have 3 10-wheel dump trucks, 4 6-wheel dump trucks, 3 sidewalk plows, pickup trucks with plows, 2 trailers, and 1 road grader and a backhoe and 2 excavators. And then our top priority is our staffing. We remain to try to recruit and fill our staffing positions and retain our employees that we currently have. Here's a breakdown of some highlights in our budget. We have the department requests, and then we have us working with Gail and reducing a lot of our requests for this current fiscal year. Basically, it hits a bunch of the bullet points, our salt, our road reclamation, guardrails, and it breaks a little bit of the projects out, 8th Street and Queechee Main. And I'll let Chris touch on the projects real quick. Portion of the highway.
So as always, we have our annual roadway reclamation and paving that we would like to undertake. We call it roadway reclamation as well because a lot of our roads are so deteriorated, they require reclamation beyond normal payment. The Queechee Main Street box culvert, we have received a bid for the culvert itself, so to ensure that we can have that installed this year. So that's going forward. Our bridges, keeping it simple, we're requesting money, and we want that towards updating our capital plan and maintenance plan for bridges, which was done prior to Irene. So it is terribly out of date, and the information is out of date. And with bridges being structural, that time is very important to the degradation of those bridges. So it's important that we update that so we can have a good plan to move forward the following year with that line item to actually implement the plan in a meaningful way. Gate Street Hill Engineering, as you approved that budget, Gail did a great job helping us find all the money for that. That is moving forward. We're scheduling the field work on that, and hopefully we can get some accurate numbers on that construction cost going forward. Sidewalks, as always, we want an annual sidewalk plan to ensure that we have ADA accessibility. We have a section on Hartford Avenue from Cumberland Farms to 8th Street that we are in the final stages of developing the bid plans for those to go out, and we have a great grant for that. There's also a small tip sidewalk project we'll be doing on Maple Street. And of course, our Public Works facility is in dire need of some maintenance and work around it. So we have a minor budget in there to start addressing those issues. Those are just the atypical highlighted ones. Later on in life, we can talk about all the TIF projects that we have planned, but that's a bigger discussion, and those are funded outside of this budget. So.
All right, so we have big equipment, which costs big dollars. So maintaining our vehicles, we estimate about 130,000 this year. Our existing H3 and H4 lease payments, and we're requesting to replace one of our 1-ton plow trucks. And as presented from the Department of Public Works, we have a total budget of $3,332,946, which is a 17.3% increase, a 4.8% decrease to the benefits, salaries, and overtime due to turnover. And after working productively with Gail, we got it down to a $2,290,946 budget, which is a 19.56% decrease to the total budget and a 4.61% decrease in benefits and salaries over time due to turnover. And any questions?
I have a question, Mr.
Any
Chair.
questions?
Could you just go back to the previous slide about the change? I'm guessing, and I don't know if you want to just. That's fine.
Yeah,
Actually, I don't-
I'm gonna go to, but which one do you want me to go to?
The revised total budget after town manager recommendations.
Page 17 of the PDF.
I guess I'm,
So
I
back,
think it's
back one.
page 21.
Well, yeah, depending on what you're using for.
Okay.
I think it's slide 9 there.
either way, I don't even need the slide up actually to ask the question, is to reference the numbers, but,
Yeah, that one.
was the primary source of that change in funds having to do with reserves being used? I guess I'd love to just have a narrative about the difference between slide 12 and slide 13 of how it went from 3.32 million to 2.29.
So I can take that one. You guys are okay with
Yeah,
that?
absolutely.
So yes, the majority of that is utilizing reserves. We had a big change with the VA cutoff bridge. We have been setting money aside for the past couple of years to fund that. We found out this summer that the state of Vermont has changed the amount that they're going to be contributing to that bridge repair and replacement. So by them increasing the amount that they're going to be giving to us, we no longer have to have the $1 million that we thought that we needed to have. We currently have $500,000 sitting in a reserve account, and we have another 225 that's in this budget period that we're in right now. So that gives us $775,000 to start with. Part of that was recommending that we use 500,000 of it towards paving to help when DPW is trying to do their paving contracts. They don't find out until after the fact. So this is kind of a pot of money that they're starting with right now. We also did encumber some funds from 22 that I believe that they have executed all of that. Plus they have their funding in 23. So between those three things, we've come to an agreement that we feel that that's a good starting point for them. And then the difference in the 225 that's left out of the 775, we were able to jumpstart some of the projects that we have, and also do town matches that we needed to do. Also, because some of the, I don't want to say some of the needs changed, but I would say that better open communication of understanding of what their projects are allowed us to find some funding that's currently in our budget right now, which has allowed them to remove it from their 24 budget.
That's great. Seems great.
Mr. Chairman, so
Yes.
sidewalks, completely funding through reserve funds. $150,000.
Well, if we're going to talk about sidewalks, that's kind of a bigger discussion. What we have in front of you and what I put in my narrative that I wrote, that the narrative summary that went with the budget. There are some sidewalk projects that had grants that went with them, but they didn't have the town match that went with them. So we were able to get the town match so they can start moving on those projects. They also are asking for funding because we need to start setting money aside on an annual basis to start addressing the sidewalks. So there's two different things that are going on. One is getting the projects going for the town match part of it, keeping the grants. They've done a great job. They had to go back to the state and ask for grant extensions because they didn't, there was communication, not knowing, where the town match would come from. So does that answer your question? There's two different pieces. One is.
It's not, I understand sidewalk installation, new sidewalks. That's where we have grant funding coming from. I completely understand that.
With the town match, yeah.
For the town match, okay, I understand that part. I've been part of that discussion. What I question though is the sidewalk maintenance. When we have so many sidewalks that are in deplorable condition within the town. What money is going towards sidewalk maintenance?
You want me into that? So,
Yeah, go ahead.
so there is a project that is one of the big grants outside of the planning department that DPW did, and we came before you as we sought a grant to start replacing the bad section of Hartford Avenue sidewalk. And we asked for a lot more different sidewalks than just that, because there are
Like this bridge.
there are many that need it. And that's a structure, so that wasn't going to be covered under it. But what we did get the state to agree to was funding from Cumberland Farms down to A Street, because we've actually damaged plow equipment going off there and so forth. So that is a reconstruction that is largely being achieved with grant money.
You asked for 150,000. And we have zero stated on here that's funding through reserves. So I guess to me, it would be nice if it was broken down as far as sidewalks repair, sidewalks new. That's why I guess I'm not getting the understanding here.
Our budget is completely rehab and sidewalks. The planning department does has their budget for new sidewalk, their matches on new sidewalks.
Okay.
Our budget is for reconstruction of sidewalks.
So why do I say 0 here under town manager approval?
Because there's other funding that we've come up with to fund the projects that they currently have, which does include this bridge. Sidewalk.
That's in the narrative, Lanny.
Okay,
Yeah, I misspoke there. So in our bridge assessment, our bridge capital, what we're asking for is for bridges, and then under us, we are asking to use engineering money because that we're not going to fix that bridge this year. We're not going to have sufficient funds because that is a structure. That sidewalk is completely full of conduits, whether it's telephone, cable, etc. If you were to see the cross section of how that was supposed to be constructed, we don't have exact as-built, so it's very complicated to try to repair that. We actually have to go through with sonar and look in there and see exactly what's in there and come up with a way to fix it, hopefully not replace it, but that is going to take a structural engineer and some special equipment to determine what we can do there.
the whole DPW budget for me is difficult because I still come back with to say that we have all those ARPA funds that we need to put to good use. And I wonder if these numbers are true and how they will be affected by ARPA money expenditures. And we desperately need to get a discussion about ARPA expenditures because these may be different when we get there because we may be funding some of these through ARPA.
So I wouldn't recommend that you do that. We have larger capital projects that Public Works has that we will be discussing during the capital discussion. The items that are listed here are items that we can fund through operating and operating funds. We have some larger projects that are ready to go and are $900,000 plus. Those are better use of funds for ARPA funding to actually complete those larger projects that have been shelved rather than this, because some of these are going to be multi-year things as well, which we know that we have a time limit on when you can expend all of your ARPA funding. So I completely understand the need to have the ARPA discussion, but until everybody understands what is done on a day-to-day operational basis, then when each department can come forward and present to you, they've already presented to me. I already know what their projects are. So when we come back together in January, we will be presenting the projects that we believe should be funded through ARPA. At that point in time, if the board decides that they want to take some of the items out of operating, understanding that it may even stall projects even further and pay for other things, and that's a decision that the board can make. But currently, right now, I believe I can speak for everybody that there are projects that have been just sitting there, and now they have the funding that they can move forward with it. And doing the bridge, the bridge analysis, and I'm probably using the wrong word, but doing the bridge analysis and looking at what we need. Until we know what we need, you can't put money at it. You can't throw money at something that you don't know what it is. So I guess with that being said, what we have listed here in operating, we know what we have, we know what we need. When we come back in January, they have plenty of items that they would love to have funded with ARPA.
I understand, but when you look at something like guardrails, you could purchase guardrails ahead of time. That would be uses of ARPA funds? I mean, do we have supplies, materials we need for?
So again,
Start the project.
that's a discussion that the board needs to decide. Do they want to use ARPA funds for day-to-day operations, or do they want to use because guardrails are those are day-to-day operations, general road maintenance. So that's the discussion that the board needs to have. Do you want to use the ARPA funding for operations, or do you want to use it for infrastructure, including roadways?
I would tend to think if you could purchase materials to have on hand with ARPA funding, it would not be considered an operating expense, but.
So
I would go for that.
I would caution you against an item like guardrails. We don't install guardrails ourselves. We repair them sometimes. We pay, the price we pay for guardrails is the installation cost per guardrail. Like that's how the guardrail installers make their money. What we feel, we have plenty of deficiencies that are construction ready. We've taken the time to have the plans done. We're finishing up another large one engineering wise and getting railroad permission. Our preference is to clear out projects that have been delayed because of lack of funds that are very important to health and safety, and water supply in particular is a big one. And by taking those out of the funding necessity, we're lowering that bonding capacity you're going to talk about next week. You're going to have more bonding capacity to do these larger projects such as Hartford Ave and so forth. And, you know, as many of those things that every year those get more and more expensive, the longer we put those off. Guardrails we don't know how many guardrails are going to get damaged or need to be replaced, but the predictable projects that are construction ready that can make the 2024 deadline, those are the predictable ones that we would prefer to get in the bid process right away with ARPA so that we can secure the materials.
I just get very uncomfortable when I see all the decreases from the request to the recommendations, because it's easy to attack DPW budget, and hate to see that keep getting attacked all the time. So,
I can speak for my department that we do not feel that we were attacked with this budget, just so everybody's on the same page. We work very closely with Gail to come up with these numbers, and we were under our current staffing, under our current historical balance of the Department of Public Works. We are very confident in this budget.
well, it's obviously disconnected when you requested $750,000 and you had a town manager's recommendation of zero with the $500,000 reserve. So there's a disconnect there.
No,
So
go ahead.
There's no disconnect. We gave you our original numbers from the very first time I sat in front of you guys this year. Those other numbers are when us as a team sat down with Gail and went through the budget and figured out what projects we could get going with, whether they were projects that any of us started or think needs to happen. There's town money invested in them, and we're trying to get them up, going and cleared out.
Can I jump in there? Or you
yeah, go ahead.
Mike, can I ask another question?
Yes, please do, Kim.
If others have, I don't want me to, okay. So the using reserve funds for those various different lines, I totally get that. In the reserve account, the 921, 544, 51, the highway reserve. The narrative says discussion for future projects, so we currently don't have anything adding to the reserve account for highway fund. Is that, like, should we be replenishing if we're using these reserve funds? Should we be adding to it as well?
Correct. You should. And so that, again, for this one, depending on what you're going to do with your ARPA funding, and when we have the discussion for the CIP, we'll make your determination whether or not, are you going to use ARPA funds? Are you going to debt? Or are you going to save? So yes, once you make a determination, excuse me, which projects that you're going to commit to, what type of funding source that you're going to use, you will need to know if you're going to make deposits or not into the highway reserve.
So we'll be able to come back to that line.
Correct.
Like,
You should be coming back to
Okay.
that line once you get a full presentation of what the capital projects are.
Gotcha.
Can you
Because there are
s-
some projects that will require, if you would. If the board chooses to have them pursue it, there may be some that maybe don't start until 2026. So if you wanted to put, which would not be eligible for ARPA funding because it's outside of that window. But if you wanted to set money aside in 2024, 2025, and 2026, that's where that line would go. Very similar, the 225 that's in there before,
Mhm.
that's the amount of money that we were putting towards the VA cutoff.
Okay. Oh, okay. So other than the VA cutoff, there wasn't any other funds being put in reserve.
That is correct.
That's a bummer. Okay. That's helpful. And then I think the only other question I had was relating to in that the project descriptions, Chris, the and the bridges section. And I think I asked this in my question, the rest of the questions that I emailed, I can wait for answers, but I just since I've got you right here, the last line of number 3 says, we will propose a plan for initiating all repairs in future budgets, once budgets have been accurately developed. So what does that mean? Does that mean?
So
25?
if you were to go through the 2011 capital and maintenance plan for the bridges, it spells out specifically with estimated cost for each bridge and what it requires to do.
As of 20.
Those are out of date.
Yeah.
They're, some of the bridges are replaced, some of them are gone, some of them are deteriorated much more, some of them are newer ones that I didn't think needed it or missing from it. So once they are all inspected, gone through and prioritized, and current numbers assigned to each bridge, then we can look at it based on priority and cost and trying to develop a plan for you as to how to attack.
Okay,
that.
but so this isn't suggesting that those budgets will be accurately developed for this budget cycle. It's after the bridge plan. It's-
Right, we're gonna take this first payment.
Yeah.
And get it updated.
Okay,
The engineers will actually inspect each bridge and abutment and go through it and.
and that, is that where, so in contracted services, the 10, 313, 318 bridge maintenance, so you asked for that 75,000. And town manager is recommending 25,000. I see some of it was moved because of, it's a sidewalk, not a bridge. That makes sense. I guess I'm curious as to. Are we funding enough to do that? That bridge plan, in your opinion?
My opinion,
I mean, or
I can always use more money in my opinion, so.
that's not gonna.
We're gonna have to put it out to bid to get it. Engineers are in short supply right now. It's highly unpredictable as to what the bids would come in at.
So you're suggesting it might be like that plan alone might be up to 75,000. And the town manager is saying you couldn't have 25,000 for that plan?
It depends on the appetite of the
Okay.
board and the taxpayers, but I mean, in a perfect world, I'd be guaranteed more like 50 for that and 25 for the sidewalk bridge.
But did that get moved? That got moved. to
Could I
sidewalk?
just interrupt for a
Please,
moment? The
please,
reason
yeah.
why it only says 25,000 is because we already have 50,000 set aside in reserve, so it gives you a total of 75,000
Okay,
for
great.
it.
Perfect.
Sorry.
All right, so then we'll get that much, and then the other 16, 318. Okay. Wait, but that. The 316, 318, the sidewalk thing, it says it got moved. To 316, 318 because it's a sidewalk, not a bridge, but there's still 0 in that one. Is that reserves also? Yeah, 75 pound match. Record out sidewalk total 75 from grant. Okay, so that is also
What page you can, Please.
42. So basically on page 39,
I see
there's
the,
Lyman Bridge sidewalk reserves, which is the Bridge Street Bridge, right? That's those sidewalks. Yeah, there, the ones you were referring to earlier, Lanny.
Yep.
So 25,000 Lyman Bridge sidewalk paid by reserves.
Correct. And then there's the Hartford Ave sidewalk project. The total project is 150,000. 75 of it's going to be paid by the grant and the other 75 is going to be paid by reserves.
Okay, and we'll talk a lot about reserves when we do CIP stuff.
That's correct.
Great. Okay,
And so I just want to remind everybody too, that, you know, the original budget that was put together that you have seen, that you saw prior to me sitting up here with everybody was a much different conversation and, we're much different than we're at right now. And that conversation, was a collaborative, and that's why we're able to start moving some of these projects along.
I think I'll be better able to get my head around it. My only things that worry me, and I think you've mostly reassured me, but I'm not completely reassured, is that when we're using salary savings from fiscal 23 and when we're using reserve funds, that we're taking like a consistent number for whatever we're using those salary savings or reserve funds for. And we're basically like, I just wonder what the implications of that on future budgets are, so that if we're not replenishing those reserves, so therefore, and we don't have as many vacancies, so we don't have the salary savings in 25, 26 budget, is that going to dramatically increase the tax rate?
Is it sustainable or not?
Is it sustainable? That's a good way to put it.
It wouldn't be sustainable because we certainly want us to be fully staffed. And what we're trying to accomplish, my proposal to accomplish is all of the residents have paid all of these taxes and they didn't get these positions were not filled. So by utilizing the salary savings that we have, we're actually completing some projects and doing what we should be doing with the taxpayers' money. It's not they paid it, they should be getting something back from it. It is no different than discussions that have been had in the past. You take all the extra money that wasn't utilized, you dump it all in the unassigned fund. You're going to get the same impact. Is it sustainable? No, it's inevitable that the tax rate is going to go up. But what we need to do is make sure that we're utilizing the taxpayers' money the best that we can to make sure that they're seeing their projects completed. We can't control staffing. We're not the only town. We're not the only business, nonprofit. Everybody's struggling with staffing right now. So this is the best return that we can give to the taxpayers. And I think there's been a lot of discussions about, no, eventually it's all going to catch up. But in the end, the more that we try to keep getting these projects going, hopefully the impact won't be as big because there won't be as much deferred maintenance.
Mr. Chair, it's Rocket.
Go ahead.
I just want to say that I appreciate that explanation. I'm fully supportive of this path. I don't think that this is great for us, just endlessly sit on these reserves, the money that taxpayers have paid, and just I think it's to me, it feels like the right direction. So I appreciate the coherent explanation of that. I think that between the institutional knowledge, both at the select board level, the staff level, and through the town, I'm sure that we will have record looking back to previous years to say, this is what happened and why the tax rate might end up going up. I will say that I don't think that it is inevitable the tax rate goes up because ideally and hopefully we grow the tax base and are able to actually get the tax rate to go down with a growing budget or as necessary. And I also want to say that earlier on, Gail, you had mentioned, the board needs to have a conversation about how we want to utilize ARPA funds and whether we want to direct that towards operating expenses or towards one-off capital projects. I personally wanted to say that I think that directing a one-time grant of ARPA funds towards one-time projects makes more sense, especially Kim talking about the aspect of sustainability in terms of then again, you could make the same argument of, well, we do have somewhat of a grant or a leeway with vacant positions and reserves. So you could kind of see that same cash flexibility where we could utilize the ARPA. But I think for me, from an accounting perspective, it seems to make more sense for ARPA to be one-off expenses. And I definitely will look forward to seeing some more of those presentations next year. But yeah, thank you.
I think from what I am thinking Kim is getting at is though, how do you identify whether they're one-off projects or projects going to be paid for through salary savings? That would be my question, is that how are you identifying those different projects? Because yes, we're doing the salary savings, but is there like a pick list, a priority list that we're going to say we're going to be able to get through 75% of this with salary savings this year, so next time around when we have fully staffed positions, we're going to have only this much of the list?
So I think there might be a little bit of confusion here. DPW specifically, they only have one project that they're doing in this fiscal year in 23 that they're utilizing salary savings for. Everything else that they're doing for projects are either through reserve funds or through encumbered funds. They're not utilizing their salary savings beyond into their 24 budget. So I apologize if that wasn't clear.
That was not
The
clear.
fire department, police department, and parks and recreation are departments that are utilizing their salary savings. DPW has different funding.
Yeah, I did not understand that.
I was referencing salary savings as a similar type of kind of bulk funding, like reserves, using chunks.
Yeah, we're not having it. We're using it all this year. That's what Gail just said, right?
No, not for police and fire.
No.
For DPW.
But DPW, just focus on DPW, please. Yeah, right now. So, okay.
I will say, I think one thing that's great about this is it does feel like there's a real lean and desire for action, especially putting things into motion with the matching funds and so forth. And I think that's great. So
I think that's one of the things that myself and DPW had the discussion about, is that they've had a lot of transitions. And then you add in COVID and everything that's going on. They need a moment to catch their breath and get caught up on the projects that have been shelved. Catching their breath does not mean that they're stopping doing what they're doing, but having the opportunity to actually get the projects executed, as well as you should always have one, on the horizon that you're looking at. And I think those are discussions that, we'll be able to have, that they'll be able to have with a little bit, not feeling like they have an elephant sitting on their desk because they're starting to see these come out. It's also going to build better relationships with our engineers and our vendors. Staff continually go out to do RFPs and then they sit there and, you lose a little bit of faith. Vendors lose a little bit of faith in us in being able to complete these projects. So is that a correct understanding, Jeremy, or description of it? It's kind of like a breathing process, but getting that elephant off from you, but still looking at the horizon and continually working, which they have multiple projects that they'll be bringing forth, and then we can build from there.
well, I hope it's motivating to the staff as well to feel like all these things that have been backlogged are being.
It's exciting.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So you're aware of this documents that former town manager handed out to us in terms of all this sidewalks, general fund reserves?
Yeah,
Okay.
those items are not valid, those documents. I participated in that session as well, and one of the things of starting this budget process over again was for everybody to start with an open mind. So we will be having a fresh presentation for that.
We'll get fresh document.
Correct.
Just ignore those.
Okay,
Maybe shred.
Maybe sure.
Any other questions on the highway fund so we can move along? Is there any outstanding questions? Kim, I have your questions and I will, when I'll answer them and I'll include the entire select board as well. Many of them we've talked about tonight anyways, but I think it'll be a good.
I just want to lead this conversation with our DPW feelings if they're getting adequate funding for what they need to do for the town of Hartford.
For 2024, I do.
Okay.
With the staffing that I have,
Okay,
with the projects that Vermont is doing in Hartford that we need to be involved in at half staff capacity.
Okay.
Yes, if we were fully staffed and Chris has been here 10 years, I've been here in this position 10 years, and Tim.
Because I've
be a
just
totally
seen-
different story.
I've seen DPW budgets get slashed.
I appreciate it. I really, really do. I appreciate what you're doing, Lanny, but I can't
Good.
stress to you guys enough. I am very confident in this
Good.
budget and very confident in Gail's decision.
Mary, I have a question, Mike. Jeremy, you just mentioned that you feel confident and comfortable with the 24 budget. Does the 23 budget, do you feel the same way? I mean, I know there's nothing we can do about that, but does it impact what we're doing 24 that's?
I mean, I'm not entirely sure how to answer that. I was involved in the 23 budget, not to the extent that I'm involved with this. And so we have been very persistent on moving forward in public works and not dwelling on
Okay,
the past. So yes, in reviewing, I mean, the amount of work that Kim and Chris and I and Evan and my highway foreman to dig all this information up and try to get you guys accurate number in this short amount of time.
right.
I'm very thankful for them. So look forward to this budget and then presenting your 2025 budget.
Okay, great. Thank you.
And one more quick one that applies to all the public works. Are there any other resources that you think you need that will be helpful for recruitment?
Recruitment is challenging period.
Mhm.
And at this current point in time, I have not had a chance to sit down with Gail and discuss in full depth of what needs to change. The Department of Public Works, I think I speak for all towns, is very demanding on a body and very thankful, I guess, for lack of better words. And so it takes a special individual that wants to do this. I mean, if you heard the ad on the radio, everybody's hiring pot truck drivers, you gotta pass a drug test and you gotta be available 24 hours a day.
Mhm.
Nothing really appetizing about going to apply to be a pot truck driver.
Hourly wage is not substantial.
We're in union negotiations, and so that's where I'm hoping that will get straightened out.
Okay.
Onward and-
Any other, so just to recap, for questions are the ones that I'll be following up with Kim, Kim's questions, and then Dan also had some specific questions too. That, so Dan, I didn't forget about yours either. And so I'll be emailing them out to everybody. Anything that I'm missing? For highway? For highway? Okay. So. Let me get you to fund.
Heard it straight from the horse's mouth that they're all set, so
Well,
hold it to it.
Well, Lanny, don't expect we won't be coming down the pipe later on next year wanting to get that $1 million of paving budget. What we're trying to do is get to a staggered that we have the funding in place to begin in the spring on our roads. So that's half funding. Then hopefully yes, there will be a big increase because we'll need that other half in the following year. And then that next half for that next spring. So it's a painful process at some point, but we do need to get up to that $1 million soon.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Jeremy. I think we can move on to the water department, water budget.
All right, so here, this is the White River Water Fund that Evan is in charge of as the chief operator. His employee benefits are also shared with the Quechee Water System, along with 2 of his water operator ones, and we have a vacant water operator 2, and the supporting staff is virtually the same. And then, so we supply water to the villages of White River Junction, Wilder, and Hartford Village. We have a well 2 that's at the end of the sump, so it puts out 1,000 gallons a minute, designed to put out 1,000 gallons a minute. Current capacity is 550. We have a brand new well 3, that's right at the treatment plant. That's 1,000 gallon a minute well. And the treatment plant, all the water goes through 6 green sand filters for treatment. And then our distribution system, we have over 45 miles of water line, sizing from 3/4 inch to 16 inch. I'm sure there's some smaller stuff in there if we really dig. A lot of stuff's 100+ years old, 270 hydrants. We have 2 storage tanks, 1.5 million over by the police station, fire station, and 1 million up in Hemlock Ridge. Then our treatment plant, as far as our projects, excuse me, we have been trying to get our filter media replaced, and in fiscal year 2022, we're in 2023, we're underway in contract to get 2 of them done. The price has significantly increased, and to keep things where in line. We're requesting money to fund half of a filter and fully fund it in 2025. Or, excuse me, half of the 2 filters in 2025, or replace 1 filter in 2024. And there's the quick project list.
All right, so again, just a general update on projects. Sykes Mountain Ave water main, that's on here because we did replace some water mains along there. The downtown tip project, not quite done yet, but it's that is a lot of water main that was installed, so that goes under the water system. The Gate Street Hill and Fairview Terrace Extension Project, that is one of the ones we'll be talking about wanting ARPA funding for, because that is construction ready. Abbey Road is another one we'll talk later on about ARPA money for, that is construction ready. And then, of course, we desperately want that engineering money to get our preliminary engineering report, which helps us in the asset management plan underway. Those help us get ranked high on the state priority list. That makes us eligible for the state revolving fund loan program. And of course, you know, we could always go, if we don't rank high enough and it's a priority locally, we can bond, but that's part of the bigger bonding discussion. So those are the big ones that, I mean, the Wilder and White River Junction Upper Terraces is the big pressing one we all know about. And it's very important that we get the engineering underway for that.
And capital reserves contributing 6,000 into our equipment reserve and contributing 150,000 to our capital fund. And department request was 1,244,812, which was a 6.41% increase to the total budget. 7.7 decrease benefit salaries overtime due to turnover. And the town manager's recommendation is budget 1,236,162, and that's a 5.6%. It's 7% increase to the total budget, and 7.07 decrease benefits and salaries and turnover. And then we have our Queechee Water Department.
So before we go to Fund 55, are there questions on Fund 50?
Yeah, Mike, so
Go ahead.
this only funds engineering study of our water main in Weiler that we keep having problems for. It doesn't fund any replacement of the water main.
So step one, if you've gone through the state revolving fund loan, will involve some base surveying and preliminary engineering report and design work. It's done in 3 phases. Step 1, step 2, where you get your actual permit to construct. Step 3, which is the construction phase of it. So yes, it does involve engineering towards the replacement, but obviously at the funding level we're asking for, you know, it's probably to get through design and permitting, you're 2-3 years out. And you got to get on the priority list once you get through step 1. So you're ways out from being able to break ground on it. The hope is that the money we start allocating towards the engineering and so forth will be equal to, you know, our or less, or hopefully it's more than what the bond payments are going to be on it. So we'd like to get all of the engineering done, not just for Hartford Ave. There's several side streets that need replacement. That branch off from there. It's very important actually, because that being a main transmission line, you got to replace lines to go around it that are going to temporarily take the surge. And of course, they're actually the same water main as in that street.
The main trunk though is that's the main trunk that keeps giving us problems, or
That has given us problems for years, and this is a priority, personal priority of myself and Evans.
My biggest question is,
Yeah.
when can we tell the residents of Wilder that we're gonna actually be able to?
It's a 2-year,
replace this?
2 to 3 years to get it out there, to get bond voted, you know, get a loan, get it approved and going. It's 2 to 3 years for the permit process. And it's not just Hartford Ave that's given us problem. Many of you may have seen the Norwich Ave break. That is the same type of main as in Hartford Ave. And that is the main that when you put a temporary water main down Hartford Ave to serve the residences, that's where the fire flow and everything else is going to go for that village. So that needs to actually be replaced before Hartford Ave gets replaced. So it's complicated, and there are other issues that we have out there with oversized lines on side streets and so forth, and the way they've been extended and all. That all needs to be thought out all at once. Basically, you need a master plan for that village for the improvements, and it should all be part of the same package. The same goes for the upper terraces in White River. We get many complaints about water quality as far as discolorization, because we have blow-offs. We go in and we physically clean the lines out all the time because some of them are oversized, they're dead ends. We have a lot of engineering work to do so that we can have a master plan, asset management plan of how to attack it properly.
It's just difficult to sit on the board funding these. And I know this is an enterprise fund as well. Funding some of these funds and still having residents come and complain about the fact that we're paying all this money and we're still not getting water quality, and we're having to do.
So we are moving forward. That's what we're doing. That's what we're requesting. What Chris is trying to explain is that even if we had all the money in the world right now, it's still going to be 2 or 3 years. It hasn't even been designed. Nobody's even looked at it. And it's unfortunate. It's a main that should have been replaced years ago.
Probably
so
explaining this to the residents is the hard part.
Well, we can't change the past. We're trying to move forward, and this is the game plan that we have in place, and they've put a lot of thought into it. And I respect and I understand the frustration, but we honestly can't turn back time.
No, I know
We
that.
can't,
I'm worried.
we can only focus on the future, and I think,
I just didn't know if there was a way to speed the process a little bit.
well, cutting corners isn't always speeding the process up isn't always rushing. It results in rushing to failure. So
I
we want to
understand.
make sure this is a huge project, and we want to make sure that we're doing it correctly. And so I understand, again, I understand the frustrations that the residents are having, but this should, at least they know now that, with this budget, we're planning to move forward, and we have plans, and they'll be able to provide updates as we move forward. So, but I also want to make sure that we're not getting sidetracked, because we're really talking about bigger projects and not talking about operations. And so I just want to make sure we don't get sidetracked on that.
Okay.
So that 150,000 potentially would cover engineering for both the Hartford Ave area and the upper terraces.
For step one,
For step one, okay.
that's the hope.
Um,
We have to go through a bid process to see what the current marketplace is going to demand, but
okay,
at the worst case is we get the Hartford Ave and some of the work on the terraces.
I mean, if step 2 were to be funded in the fiscal year, could it happen? Or would it not happen because there's not funding in the fiscal 24 budget?
Well, there's not funded in the fiscal year 24 budget, but I don't see it getting through the state process that fast. If it miraculously can happen somehow, which we got one engineer to submit a bid for Gate Street Hill.
Yeah.
I mean, and most of the ones I contacted said they had work for a year out, so.
Did we talk about having, I think it may be in my questions, and I apologize. Would we talk about a reserve for engineering? Like, is that something that we want to consider?
this kind of comes out of our contracted services.
Okay. All right, I'm good.
We love reserves though, but
Moving on to Queechee.
Any outstanding questions for Fund 50 before we move on?
Yeah, I mean, I had those ones about the.
Yep, I got yours. Yep.
Good.
All right, perfect. So as I stated, part of the chief water operator is shared in Queechee, and the picture in the background is the Queechee well. And it's operated by 2 equipment operator ones. Well, for me to read. So this services strictly Queechee and Queechee lakes. The wells located by Lake Pineo, the distribution system consists of about 20 miles worth of water main ranging from 3/4 inch to 12 inch. We have approximately 80 fire hydrants out there. We have 4 storage tanks, 100,000 gallons at Wheelock, 125,000 gallons at Sugar Hill, and 400,000 gallons at Queechee Heartland, and our Kingswood tank. I don't have the gallons on that one, but then we have 3 pump stations, the Sugar Hill pump station, Kingswood pump station, and Eastman pump station.
This did not get into the packet, by the way. Didn't.
Yeah.
On the email,
Yeah, it came through as 2 blank slides.
with blanks,
Yeah.
with blanks.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, so is that? Then we could get updated.
And then we have no large projects planned for this physical year. The Queechee Main Street water main is one that will be brought up for discussion with ARPA, I do believe.
Correct.
And then 6,000 to department equipment and nothing to the department capital reserve. Our department request originally was at $514,870, a 9.5% increase, 4.82% increase because of benefit salaries and overtime. And town manager was $507,048 for a total budget and 7.82% increase and 4.82% increase with benefits and salaries. Questions on the Queechee budget?
Any questions, anyone? Sounds like we're good to keep going.
All right, here we have our White River Fund 60 wastewater budget. And Fund 60 has a chief wastewater operator who is also shared with Queechee wastewater. It's ran by 3 equipment operator 3, an equipment operator 2, and 2 equipment operator 1s. Supporting staff is much of the same. Our plant runs 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. The treatment plant's permitted to 1.5 million gallons. Oh, we took off.
Whoops, did I go? Did I
It's-
hit the
quick,
button?
that's
I'm sorry,
No big deal.
I didn't do it on purpose this time.
You're going forward instead of backwards.
This is the one that we were on.
Go back one more.
Yep. No worries. And so we, the treatment plant typically operates between 800,000 and 900,000 gallons a day. Staff performed all the daily inspections. They performed federal lab testing. That's all right. We also manage the dewatering of approximately 25,000 to 30,000 gallons of biosolid. And outside of the plant, staff maintains 10 wastewater pump stations. Perfect, we good.
Yeah, I don't know why it keeps changing.
We have over 30 miles of sewer mains or sewer lines in town that is maintained by our staff. The system contains over 250 residential and commercial connections. We do our periodic manhole inspections, mark out our sewer lines. If there's a plug, we jet out our sewer lines. If our equipment can handle it, we TV them and we monitor them and have them on a routine maintenance for line cleaning. Some projects.
So once again, Sykes Mountain Abs just mentioned on there because it did involve work with the sewer system downtown Tiff. We slip lined a lot of manholes, sewers and rehabbed manholes to cut down on infiltration. So Abbey Road's on here as well because that also involves reconstruction of sewer. And that is obviously an ARPA request that we'll have. The CSO engineering, which you guys approved, and we got 100% reimbursement loan on that, which is great. That is going towards, I think there were going to be questions about sustainability and the environment and separating our sewers. I know that's a big question. This is directly tied to that. That is getting stormwater out of our sewers. We don't have much left on our end of infrastructure. where the water will come in and reduce an energy consumption in the future will be slip lining. If we can eventually get to a slip lining program to line our sewer lines and rehab our manholes. We have other more pressing projects, obviously in town. The biggest culprit, say, of downtown is the roofs. And that is unfortunately something we do not fund or pay, or the taxpayers pay for. That is a private issue, and we will need to discuss that as part of our CSO long-term plan in the future about how we are going to get those roofs off the system. They're against our ordinances. Ever since our ordinances were created, they're illegal to our system. They need to get removed at some point. There may be some funding opportunities for some individuals through state ARPA funds, but
We just had Dana Clausen in here. And he spoke about the energy requirements because of all the water that we're having off of the roofs that are going into our sewer system.
yeah,
And it's definitely something it's costing us a lot of money because of all this water that's basically going to sewer that is.
yeah. I mean,
Right, put it there, so.
you know, it gets to the point, do you like want to keep track of rainfall events, and if someone's connected, actually charge them for it? I'm not sure the legalities of that, but right now, without us enforcing them to get off, and in some of those properties, we'll have a meeting at some point, I'm sure, about TIF and getting the North Main Street drainage project underway, but that will be one way that many of those people will be able to disconnect and hopefully connect to that system. Right now, we can't really have them. We have a very shallow drainage system downtown that they're not tied to, and I'm not sure we would want them tied into. That wasn't the engineer's recommendation, but that's a different discussion from this. But yes, that's not our issue. That is a private issue. And we have to figure out as a community how to resolve
But it
that.
impacts us on the energy side, so.
It does.
Yeah.
But there are many issues at play there, you know, so.
So with our capital, we're asking for $2,750 for department equipment in our treatment plant and $4,500 for department equipment out in the distribution system, and a contribution of $106,000 to our capital reserve. Department request originally $1,978,472, 10.7% increase to the total budget, 9.34% increase for benefits, salaries, and overtime. Town manager, $1,972,707, 10.5% increase to the total budget, 9.34% increase benefits, salaries, and overtime. Any questions with Fund 60?
Questions? Anyone? All right, I think we can move on.
Okay, I guess we're on Fund 65 now.
So Fund 65 Queechee, this is our Queechee wastewater department. We have the chief operator in White River that also shares the responsibility of the chief in Queechee. We have an operator 3 who's actually an assistant chief in Queechee, and we have an operator 1, and we have a vacant operator position currently. Daily operations are much the same of White River. Plant runs 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. They are permitted to treat 0.475 million gallons per day. Often that is close to exceeded because of infiltration from Queechee's more of a main line issue and stubs that were left off for future houses that aren't connected yet. So we're TVing those, getting on top of those and getting them repaired.
Unsealed?
Not unsealed. They were just capped and left for future and 15 years ago, and now are a great spot for water to intrude. They do much of the same daily inspections. They have additional leach fields that they need to maintain and inspect, and those are in some need of repair. Those are the 16 subsurface systems. They have 11 wastewater pump stations. They do much the same, the sewer markouts, the minor manhole repairs, contracted cleaning and video inspections, and they do quite a bit of mowing of their leach fields and those type of things. And this is the project portion.
So with Queechee, we have one technically failed leach field that we are working on. Hopefully we'll have a permit soon for. That is a project that we had hoped to get constructed this year. It's being maintained in a way such that there is no surfacing or no violation of any water quality rules, but we are, hopefully that permit will come anytime, and come spring, we'll be able to construct that. And we have an aging pump station on Noise Lane that we are hoping we had hoped for this year, but it looks like it's gonna have to be next year before that gets a rehabilitation.
Where is the leach field?
It is way up at, go up to Safford Road, go to, Willard out Safford. It's out in the woods.
So which side is it? Get from the Greeley Shunpike side of things, or from? Not Greeley, what's the one up all the way on top of the hill there?
It's a maze of roads, Scott.
Yeah.
So there's 2 or 3 of them out
It's
there.
not the
yeah.
Safford Road side coming in from West Safford Road.
No.
Willard Road side.
All right, that's what I'm
No.
getting at.
When you go down and down and down.
Yeah, no, I know exactly. Okay, now I know what you're talking about.
So, in the future, we have a lot of leach fields out there that will need attention. I mean, they're all very old. And there is a lot of infiltration. One of the things we started working on RFPs for, and hopefully someday the market will allow it and the rates will allow it, is we do want to slip line every wetland crossing, every stream crossing. But it's,
Did we inherit these from Queechee Lakes?
yes, we did. That's,
the problem.
it's developer
Okay. Yeah,
roads, it's developer sewers,
sense.
it's developer water, it's,
yeah, no, that answers everything when we inherit it.
yeah.
All right. So we're asking to contribute 15,000 to department equipment. And then department request was $1,331,607. And it was 14.74% increase with a 6.84% increase benefit salaries and overtime. And town managers was $1,329,107. That's a 14.53% increase of total budget and 6.84% increase benefit salaries and overtime. Questions on Queechee?
I have one, which you'll probably answer, but I will bring it up now, just like the other things. It's the it talks about the 106 that's in reserve for Hartford Holiday Drive sewer engineering. But the presentation also talks about other equipment that needs to be funded by reserves. Are there maybe other reserves that can be used to fund those, like in the, let's see. Well, we can provide estimates. It's in the note at the bottom of the project details.
On page.
Page 36.
What is your question again? Can you say it one more time?
Yeah, let's see, basically,
Is it part of the question that you asked in?
yeah,
So I think, I see the one that you asked for Fund 60.
yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, are we on?
Which
We're on
fund?
Fund 65, but you
I'm
asked
sorry.
the same thing. The 106,000 you asked was about Fund 60.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, that was the question I was asking for the wrong department. So, and I guess, so we can still, as long as we can come back to reserve question.
Yeah, no, so what we discussed on Tuesday was that I'm gonna provide you a list of the current reserve balances as of November 30th, because when we come together in January, we won't have the December bank statements available for you. And so I'll provide you a list with the reserves and what money has been earmarked already to get going on that. But to answer your question quickly, Fund 60 has 1.1 million in reserves plus 370,000 in impact fees.
Great.
So
I get panicky thinking like, okay, if we are going to add anything, like this is the opportunity to do it. So I don't want to miss that. But
no,
I think I'm good.
absolutely. I think reserves across town-wide, whether it's general fund or enterprise funds. Once you have all those numbers in front of you,
Yeah.
you'll have a better understanding. And then in addition, knowing what's earmarked for it already, so it, it may have $1 million in it, but 500,000 of it may be already committed to projects, so, and then obviously part of the bigger discussion is ARPA funding, do you bond, or do you want to continue to save? So those are all pieces that will come together.
You mentioned impact funds. At some point, we have to have a discussion about possibly putting those back into play.
There's other options.
Okay, so now if there's no other questions for Fund
Allocation
65,
piece.
we're gonna move to Fund 30.
Excuse me.
Good old thing.
So Fund 30, as we know, has a lot to it.
Kim's favorite.
And I've relied on Chris and Kim extensively to help us get where we're at in this one. So Fund 30 has had a solid waste supervisor that was originally, and I'm not entirely sure how everything got there, if it was unfunded, eliminated, or what. Same with the administrative assistant. So these are all extra duties that we have all taken on. Typically, we have 2 recycling attendants down there. One's vacant and unfunded, and then we have our transfer station attendant, same thing. Supporting staff's much of the same. And then I'll hand it over to Chris.
Been a while since I've looked at this. So, as Jeremy was talking about, we have the recycling and transfer station salaries. Previous budgets, some of them had it in there. We have very limited salary now. And I won't say that, not funding those is successful, or that we have the proper amount of time to dedicate to that facility. I'll just put that out there for your consideration. Curbside recycling, we have old projections on those. That's volatile. That depends on what they're getting reimbursed for recyclables and so forth. But so for now, that's, a safe number at 350. Our contracted services that are in there is basically all of the vendors we utilize down there. NRA is the big one that we use a lot, but Casella is part of that. And of course, we have our contracted household hazardous waste in there that we partner with Greater Upper Valley Solid Waste District for those 2 events. Currently, it's 2 events. That hasn't changed to 3 or 4. Now because this is obviously in flux with solid waste, we list this as solid waste considerations. It's part of that broader conversation we started and then stopped. So, the big things on there is, the C&D, currently we have it budgeted in this budget to close the C&D and clean up the C&D that has been left subsurface as you see the surface of the ground today. It's projected at $439,785. Gail has helped us find the funding for that through multiple sources, and including a big chunk of $245,785 in fiscal year 24. It's important that you recognize that and recognize that's there's no revenue coming in for that. We don't accept C&D. This is just the continuation of the years of not getting rid of it on a timely basis. So what may have cost us 15 years ago, $5 a ton to get rid of, now costs us a heck of a lot more to get rid of per ton. We're proposing $5,000 to help mitigate the methane migration into the buildings. We're having a lot of difficulty. That's a guess because we have been unable. It's a difficult thing. That's basically sealing the conduits coming into the building. You'd think it's simple, but it's not simple when there's a lot of power coming in those conduits and they're tight to the building. So we have electricians working on giving us a bid for that. I'm not sure anyone actually wants to do it.
Is it a matter of just insulating inside them?
No, that has been tried. The old, spray foam and all that attempts have been made, but it's not to code and it actually isn't working. So we're also proposing $15,000 for the great settlement that's happened near the Redemption Center porch at this time to investigate, stabilize it for now, backfill it, fill it underneath it. When it comes to revenue projections right now, last year's proposal was to close off Greater Upper Valley Solid Waste District. That's making our projections a little bit more difficult. We need some more data established as far as cost and the money we're collecting. So it's too early to give you accurate or what we feel is accurate projections, because we have greater costs than we anticipated, probably because we are still accepting from Greater Upper Valley, but we have greater revenue than we projected. So we're in the middle of trying to figure out mid-season whether or not the rate increases we did are effective and covering the cost as we projected. Because again, we're dealing with commodities that all of a sudden it seems like every notice we get from them, we're getting less money for the scrap metal. And every message we're getting is we're getting charged more for whether it's transportation or something else that's outside of our control. So hopefully we'll be coming back to you when we talk about solid waste to talk about how that's going. Right now, if I just told you the revenue side of it, it'd be very positive. But let's wait until we have the cost, which lag under control. So then again, continuation of our last talk is curbside recycling. It's got to be a big discussion. Vendor performance complaints, cost, feasibility, lack of control, all of those. The contracts coming up, we have to figure out how we want to attack that. That is obviously a big part of the budget, and that is not a revenue generator. That is, again, just like getting the C&D, that is a 100% impact to the tax rate. Then we started some things under previous administration for this bigger discussion we're going to have about solid waste as far as the efficiency of private sector versus public. That's kind of what come to a standstill. Gail's very busy. One of our things is to get on her list to bring her up to speed about where those efforts are at. And get buy-in, because there's going to be a difference of opinion on administration about how to handle those discussions with other people. So we got to get that realigned and re-going before I can talk about that with you. And that gets into the potential of Greater Upper Valley Solid Waste Management District and partnerships with them, if that's an option outside of the private entities. So really, the budget is the budget based on the best projections we can do based on the cost and taking out the positions that are no longer part of there, which used to probably buffer the impacts of the costs that are down there. It would, if that makes sense to you.
So the department requested, there's total budget, $1,146,934, and that's a 23.29% increase to the total budget. Town manager, total budget, $1,146,934, and that's a 23.29% increase to the total budget. And questions?
I just want to make one point of clarification. The solid waste for the curbside recycling. This PowerPoint was put together prior to us getting the number that is correct, which is in the general fund going out to solid waste, and then the solid waste, it's 250,000 for the curbside recycling. I just wanted to make that correction because the slides do say 350. So
that was a question, because I felt like, didn't we see recently that they extended their contract for a couple, was that in the presentation? Anyway, somewhere did I
They
say,
extended it for one 3-year
Yeah.
period, and that's coming to the end at the end of 24.
oh, I thought it was 2 years from now, okay.
I guess I'm not as up to date as even that. The 350 was what was presented to us previously last year. So,
Right, so the
yeah.
paperwork that Jeremy had
Yeah.
provided to me when we went through it is the 250.
Okay.
So that's a positive.
Yes,
So I do have questions about solid waste, but I don't know if it's the time to ask them now or just about, we're on budget stuff right now, so I guess I'll wait.
right, so
I'll hold
budget
off.
related and.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe one question would be, do you have any idea when we will be able to have these difficult conversations?
Well, originally, with Tracy, the idea was to come back in January, and that was becoming difficult because our reach outs were unsuccessful. In developing our options. And I'll say it's very limited right now. But because Tracy is no longer the one here to authorize me to discuss things with people, it needs to start over with Gail, and it's got to have Gail's buy-in. And
There's only so many hours in a day.
Yeah. no,
So-
that's
and
fair.
you know,
Once we discuss with Gail on an actual timeline that we feel that we can all match together and present you something, which I'm sure will be this winter, spring-ish.
That's, yeah. I did have one more question on the CND thing, the $439,000 amount that was included, that was made up with current year funds or fiscal 22, 23, and 24 funds. Does that also incorporate when Public Works approached the board for like some increase of a contract to take away? Like, or
No,
those are not,
no.
so this is above and beyond that.
You're talking
This
about
is-
the pile to get it down to a certain level for the state.
Yeah.
That's already been, that's all done.
So this is above and
It's-
beyond
Yeah,
that.
it's separate, yeah.
Still for
so what happened is that was part of a request to get rid of the visible pile.
yeah,
What we discovered under the visible pile was that the ground was not the ground. It was the top of
Another
40
pile.
years worth of an illegal C&D pile. So it is, yeah, it is what it is. And the state will not accept it. We have to remove it. It's a violation.
okay.
Another discussion for a different day.
Mhm.
I think when we're putting the board agendas together, I think it's really important that we set time aside, because when we are talking about the CIP, that's going to be a quite the discussion, but as we're looking at the agendas, going forward, we really should set time aside, and if the board is, if it's your appetite to actually do it not during, a regular board meeting and have an extra meeting to set time aside. Certainly, because it is very complex, it's a lot of moving pieces, and that might be a better option for everybody to.
There could be a 3-hour discussion alone on solid waste.
Correct, and that's why I'm recommending that it may be best not to have it during a regular board meeting where other town business needs to be done, or if we were lucky enough to have a light schedule on a regular board meeting, other than the consent agenda, to have that discussion. Any immediate questions that we can come back to you with answers on for solid waste?
How's the current equipment down there is holding them okay, the loader, the compactor,
Loader's doing all right,
Scale.
compactors are needing some work. And
scale?
The scale actually gets inspected yearly, and we go through Northeast Scale too.
Still holding up okay?
Yep.
Okay.
I think some of the issues, some of the immediate concerns that were down there, either for the building or for some equipment. Staff wasn't aware that there were reserves there, so they're actually, we're gonna wait until the 24 budget. But they're taking action now to making some corrections to some items that are down there. Again, I think it goes back to a lot of communication that either miscommunication, lack of communication. So
I think one of the things that we have to do down there is prioritize in the budget for Fund 30, safety for our employees down there. That's a key thing. This methane gas makes me a little worried, so.
That is 100% one of our top priorities.
And there, you have the fire department come down and do monitoring.
When the methane alarm, they have an actual reading there, and
Okay.
so, if that reading is too high or warrants the fire department to come down, yes, they do.
Right.
And unfortunately, the equipment they have, they can detect the portion of the building that is coming through, but it's not good enough to zero right in that that's the spot. But
And
Our engineers did an assessment and they did go to the spots and get readings for us, so. Don't feel it's too loosey-goosey. We have a report and,
no, just
and,
safety, that's the big thing.
and so far, most of the alarm calls have been false alarms. It hasn't actually been from a high reading on the system, so. And they do have a protocol to follow. It goes off before it's really dangerous and they have a protocol to open doors and remove themselves from the building, and it only takes 10 so minutes before it's actually low enough. Because
How does it happen?
so when it really happens is when the ground gets sealed. So when we have that 4 feet of snow and then a 40-degree day rainstorm, it kind of like caps everything. So where all that distribution pipe is supposed to be taking care of the methane, and we're going to assume, but I believe some of our reports prove that some of the pipes are broken in the ground. It's easiest path is into our buildings.
So that, when you say the most economically feasible method is using Lebanon despite the determination. So if you can't, is this expense what it would be using the Lebanon landfill, or is it if we don't get access to that?
Lebanon landfill can only take so much at a time. So it's going to take a while to get it out of there anyway, but it is the most economical way to actually get it out. At this time, we're comfortable Lebanon's going to take it. The discussions were made.
Okay.
It's just we have to schedule it by their availability
Okay.
as of now.
Does it all have to be ground to go over there? Can we send it over?
No, we're not going to process it because it won't actually qualify.
Okay. We can send it as in the condition it is right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
And as far as, if we want to get into creating a C&D landfill, the engineering alone, it's huge. And then you're stuck operating a C&D landfill and all of the expense. And you got to have the revenue coming in to justify it. And that's, in this marketplace, that is a huge one. So.
All right, so to recap it, we have Kim's questions and Dan's questions that were emailed to us that we will follow up. I don't have any other questions written down. We know that we talked about ARPA funding, capital needs, capital improvement, and then also reserves.
We all
We
set
all
it?
good? Okay,
Looks like we're set. Thank you, Gail. Thank you, Jeremy. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, everyone from Public
you.
Works.
Thank
Thank
you all
you.
very much.
Thank you.
Will you also just pass our thanks on to your staff? We know they work.
Do every day.
Thank
Absolutely.
you.
and I will see all of you on Tuesday at 4 o'clock, either Zoom or in person.
Yep.
You'll be in
Yeah.
here.
Okay. Thanks,
Good one.
everybody.
I'll move
Um,
to adjourn.
But
Second.
I'll just mention consent
Oh, fine.
agenda. We have nothing. So I will take a motion to adjourn.
So
Already there.
moved.
I'll second the motion.
Made, seconded.
Wait.
Second,
See
okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, everyone.
Mary.
So all this stuff